seated. Os gwelwch yn dda, a'i sylwch i lawr. Bore da, a croeso ar ceremony graddio. Welcome to your graduation ceremony. A mae'n braf iawn a'ch gweld i chi gyd yma y bore yma. It's lovely to see all of you here this morning, gyda'r eich teulu ac efeillion, with your family and your friends, and I dare say they've helped you just a little along the way. So, day of celebration for you. You made it. You got to the end. Congratulations. It's always a joy to be at graduation because it's an opportunity to just spend a few minutes reflecting on what's happened in the last few years, but also what comes next. And indeed, in one form or another, that's going to be the next phase. Decisions may already be made, not sure. Perhaps some of you are still considering. But we hope while you've been at the university, you've had the opportunity not only to learn about your core subject and your discipline, but also acquire a wide range of skills that will prepare you both for the world of work, but perhaps more importantly, for life. And life is indeed a bit like an orchestra. There will be times in the years to come where you will play the foundation, the bass part, the strong, strong underlying foundation that the rest of the music rests upon. You might, of course, play the part of the woodwind and add rich texture to a wonderful group or a nice piece of music. And occasionally, if you're lucky, you'll actually step into the limelight and play the tune. And that's where we hope that the skill sets that you've developed will allow you both to be a core member of whatever profession you go into, but also will allow you to support others, and when the time is right, to become a leader. Now, the skills you need to play a musical instrument and be part of an orchestra are some of the additional skills that you get with a higher education. Like many, I suspect, in this room, I was the first in my family to go to university, and that was quite an occasion. In 1915, my grandmother came to Cardiff from West Wales and took up a job as a kitchen maid, and she worked in one of the grand houses on Park Place. So kitchen maid to two generations later, a professor and pro-vice-chancellor. And the only difference between my wonderful gran and myself is the fact that I was fortunate to live at a time where I could have and receive a good education. Now, unfortunately, my mum died very young. She'd had to leave work when she was 13 because the Second World War was on, so she didn't see the real benefits that come from that sort of education. And I can say with great pride that that higher education gave me opportunities in life that I really would never have had otherwise. It opened doors to work with, be with the most exciting and creative people I have ever met. To be part of teaching students who will be the next generation is something I am extremely proud of. And I am actually also a Cardiff graduate, so I am more than happy to shout from the rooftops the importance of Cardiff and how it can change lives and open people's eyes to a wider, better world. So as you leave today, at the end of the marathon to get here, you will become part of our international alumni. We hope that you will take great pride. You will share your knowledge, you will encourage others to be at that forefront of discovery and sharing knowledge. But please don't be afraid to fail, because we all do that at some time. What we hope is that you now have the skill set to pick yourself up, learn from that experience, and with your head held very high, step out into the light again. So, celebrate your success, enjoy it, embrace it, but please, above all, appreciate it. Never stop learning. So as you leave today, on behalf of Cardiff University, I wish you health, I wish you happiness, and I wish you success. We would like you as Cardiff graduates to go out and make the world a better place. I now have great pleasure in introducing Glesni Imros. Now, she has just finished her postgraduate diploma in broadcast journalism from the School of Journalism, Media and Cultural Studies. She's going to read a poem by Gwyneth Lewis, who is the Wales's inaugural national poet. And if you're thinking, oh, I don't quite know who that is, if you've been down to the Bay, and I'm sure you have at some point in the last few years, you will have seen the letters cut 6 foot high on the front of the Wales Millennium Centre. Gwyneth is a writer in residence at the University School of Physics and Astronomy and is now one of Cardiff University's honorary fellows. Rather aptly, this poem is called Education. Diolch am gwrando.
Addysg, Education by Gwyneth Lewis. Beiddiafeiddio, gwellhad y wneud, mynageisio, parchaddwyd, trawsnewidiad fydd dy glod, dy ddyfodol, mentro bod. Learning is a passport that returns you home a better person. It permits you to dare being daring, makes you secure with not knowing everything, helps you welcome some failure, forges an alloy with others' thinking. It is simple delight in mind and its motions, scintillates but isn't deceptive, admits the joy of institutes, is the open road to everywhere but bigotry. It's the shortest distance between you and me, and if you're lucky, it never ends.
Bore da a chroeso I Gaerdydd. Good morning. Welcome to Cardiff, welcome to St David's Hall, and to our 2016 graduation ceremony. I'm Professor Stuart Palmer, Chair of Council at Cardiff University. May I offer you, graduating students, my warm congratulations as you sit there waiting to come up on the stage. You must be feeling a mixture of emotions. I'm sure many of you feel excited, many of you relieved. I'm sure I was all those years ago. But most of all, I hope you feel a great sense of achievement. All of you deserve congratulations several times over. Firstly, congratulations on winning admission in the first place. Cardiff is one of the most sought-after universities in the UK. Admission standards are high, selection, as you probably remember, extremely competitive. For every one of you sitting here now, 6 or 7 applicants were fighting keenly for your place. Secondly, congratulations on your years of study here. Research-led teaching is one of the distinctive features of Cardiff University. Many of you will have participated in research projects, learned to ask new questions, and to challenge conventional wisdom, perhaps through the Cardiff University Research Opportunities Programme, for example. Whether you stay in academic research or pursue another career, I hope that the free, inquiring Cardiff state of mind will stay with all of you. Most importantly, congratulations and a welcome to family, friends and supporters who join us today. Many of you, I know, have travelled great distances to be here. And I'd love to look at some of you right up on the top row, but I fear my hat might fall off if I look that high. We owe a great deal to the support of family and friends. Moral support, guidance, encouragement, but in many cases, I'm sure, considerable financial help as well. All of you who are graduating today will have an opportunity later in the programme to thank everyone who has helped you. Anyway, enjoy this day, celebrate this day. It is a day of celebration. This is the beginning of your future. Go out into the community, your community, First, to educate. Secondly, to encourage thought and not prejudice. And be prepared to defend education. In the world of mass communication, massive open online courses, MOOCs, YouTube, virtual lectures, academics around the world face a fundamental question. If information is everywhere, does anyone need a university education? All of you here today, I hope, are a testament to the value of a Cardiff education, to the benefits of learning in an international environment and of our research-led teaching. The internet helps, of course, to share information, but the volume of misinformation reinforces more than ever before the need for evidence-based knowledge and understanding. We must use this knowledge, how we apply it, for the good of humankind around the world. And it's this idea of application that arguably defines the Cardiff graduate. The latest Levers data shows that 95% of Cardiff University graduates enter employment or professional training or study shortly after completing their studies, placing Cardiff at the top of the Russell Group of elite universities on that particular measure. The university's reputation has been significantly enhanced by the outstanding results it achieved in the most recent UK-wide Research Excellence Framework, ranking the university in the top 5 of all UK universities for the quality of the research, and placing it second out of 120 or so institutions for the impact, the application of that research. Cardiff is also having a significant economic impact on society. According to a recent report, the university contributes, wait for it, £2.7 billion annually to the UK economy, generating more than £6 for every £1 it spends. The university has recently recorded its highest level of overall satisfaction from the students. 90% of our students express satisfaction with their student experience, according to the National Student Survey, and this puts us well above the UK average. These achievements in research, in teaching, are reflected in the successes of the schools represented here today. First of all, the School of English, Communication and Philosophy. Creativity, connectivity, community and conferencing have been the watchwords of the school over this year. In addition to projects on language and dementia, the school has received a major grant to create the first ever large-scale corpus of the Welsh language. Researchers have set out to compile an initial data set of 10 million words, innovatively sourced by the community for the benefit of researchers, teachers, publishers and translators. The school has also played a central role in celebrating the centenary of Cardiff-born Roald Dahl through a major international conference and an event at this year's Hay Festival. The school had also just hosted one of the most distinguished gatherings of philosophers, the famous Joint Session, first held in 1910 and still going strong. The second school that's represented here, the School of Welsh. And the School of Welsh has had another very successful year. The launch of the school's Welsh for All initiative proved to be extremely popular, with over 200 students taking the opportunity to learn Welsh for free. In addition to this, the school has continued to create and engage with research that has a direct impact on society. Government-funded projects, for example, looking at the transfer and use of the Welsh language in families. It's also been an award-winning year for the school, with staff and students, past and present, picking up accolades in recognition of their unwavering commitment to the Welsh language. including Dr. Rhiannon Marks winning the prestigious Ellis Griffith Memorial Award for her first academic volume looking at the work of the poet Mena Effin. Many of you here, many of the students graduating will have engaged with Cardiff Volunteering, the Students' Union's in-house charity, and undertaken volunteering activities that have improved the lives of hundreds of local people. You've given tens of thousands of hours to these projects, to these initiatives, helping hundreds of people each week, raising awareness and valuable funds for local homelessness projects, befriending elderly patients in local nursing homes. You're a prime reason why Cardiff University is so valued in its home community. Many of you will have also spent time, it says here, studying. I hope you have spent time studying, or volunteering abroad during your studies here, something which the university is extremely proud. Evidence shows that spending time abroad improves degree outcomes and makes students more likely to get a job when they finish. It's therefore encouraging that this year we recorded the highest ever number of European work placements held by our students, thousands of whom took advantage of an increasingly popular Languages for All programme. Sport plays an important part in university life, and your contribution has been enormous again this year. You achieved another spectacular win in varsity with a convincing 25-12 win over Swansea. Many of you will have also competed or volunteered in one of the biggest sporting events on the calendar, the World Half Marathon Championships, which came to Cardiff this year. And as title sponsor of the race, the university was cast into a spotlight on the world stage and delivered a hugely successful event that we can all be proud of. To you graduating students, please carry the determination and commitment you've demonstrated during your time here. Take that with you as you embark on your future career. You'll be among the professionals who will lead this and other nations. I hope you all leave here with a solid determination to contribute to the culture, the welfare and the prosperity of your family, your communities and humankind. Thank you very much.
I will now read the proclamation, first in Welsh and then in English. Nerth Gwlad ei Gwybodaeth. Boed hysbys I holl aelodau'r Brifysgol ac ar hyd a lled y byd fod cynulliad o Brifysgol Caerdydd yn cael ei gynnal heddiw ym Mhrifddinas Cymru. O dan awdurdod siarter frenhinol y Brifysgol, mae'r cynulliad hwn yn cyfarfod I dderbyn ymyrwyr sydd, yn rhinwedd eu hastudiaethau a'i hysgolheicdod, wedi haroli'n briodol yn unol â stadudau'r Brifysgol ac wedi cael yn deilwng o'i graddau. Wrth ddathlu llwyddiant yr hanes I graddio yn y cynulliad hwn, fe'i hatgoffwn o'i cyfrifoldeb I gyfrannu o werthoedd y Brifysgol hon. Nod iddynt hwn yw ceisio, drwy eu cyflawniadau, wasanaethu lles pawb, ymdrechu I sicrhau'r rhagoriaeth ym mhob peth ac yn boeni am ddyfodol ein byd. Gwrandewch yn awchus ar ddoethineb gan ei fod yn cynnig gobaith a gwirionedd ym mhob cenhedlaeth. A nation's strength is in its learning. Let it be known to all members of the university and throughout the world that today in the capital city of Wales, a congregation of Cardiff University is taking place. Under the authority of the university's Royal Charter, this congregation meets to receive those students who, by virtue of their studies and scholarship, have been appropriately examined according to the statutes of the university and found worthy of their degrees. We celebrate the success of those who graduate in this congregation and, in doing so, remind them of their responsibility to share in the values of this university. It is for them to seek, through their achievements, to serve the common good, to strive for excellence on all things, and care for the future of the world. Be attentive to wisdom, for it offers hope and truth in every generation.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's good to see you all here today. I'm Colin Reardon, the Vice-Chancellor of the University, and we're now going to come to the point of the whole ceremony, which is the students coming across the stage, or the graduates, I should say. I will then greet them, congratulate them, and then I'll proceed back round again. Now, there's a lot of people in the hall today, but for each graduate, that is their special moment. So I want you to feel quite uninhibited about applauding if you want to, or shouting, or doing whatever you like within reason to mark the occasion. But it will be very helpful if, by the time they reach me, you stop again. And the reason for that is we want to be able to hear the name of the next person, because then it's their chance to be celebrated. Once all the students in each cohort have passed through, I will then ask them to stand, and I will speak to them in Welsh, and the sentence I will use essentially admits them to their degrees. And what it means in English is, through the authority conferred upon me by the university, I receive you to your award with all the privileges this confers. So we will now proceed to the conferment of degrees.
I, Professor Damian Walford-Davies, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Arts. Lucy Andrews. Ryan Barnett. Rachel Barter. Joshua Brimble. Lisa Brown. Hannah Bufton. Abigail Berman. Lydia Catling. Samuel Chambers. Katie Jane Chivers. Lucy Crispin. Fiona Anya May Dahl. Charlotte Louise Daly. Ellis Kate Davis. Jennifer Ann Davis. Tiffany Davis. Alice Dickinson. Hannah May Dix. Catherine Nicola Downer. Rebecca Ann Dudley. James Ellis. William Evans. Esme Farrow. Abby Flynn. Holly Garner. Rosie Kate Gibb. Megan Rachel Goodwin. Christiane Hall. Samantha Hedges. Jessica Margaret Hingston. Bryony Rose Humphreys. Holly Keir. Natasha Fern Latham. Robbie Lawther. Georgina Elizabeth Leahy. Chloe Rose Leben. Isabel Legg. Rose Lennon. Jessica Sian Lloyd. Emily Maddox. Rory Manning. Lucy Hannah Matthews. Chantel Maxwell. Honeysuckle McKenna. Cameron Mellin. Kirsty Mill. Alice Newby. Lorna North. Stephen O'Connell. Emily O'Dwyer. Lucy Oakle. Imogen Payne. Lee Parsons. Stephen Pearce. Rosha Price. Natasha Raffel. Chloe Rest. Laura Helen Richards. Gregory Rogers. Benjamin Russell. Nuranisa Binti Sabarudin. Molly Rose Scull. Acacia Jo Seaborn. Chloe Ann Sims. Rebecca Smart. Jessica Meg Stewart. Jamie Surgeon. Misha Thomas. Emma Tysest. Chizoba Uzubunan. Mary Vaughan Jones. Lisa Wardman. Natalie Webb. Jessie May Whitaker. Lucy Wooden. Chloe Aldridge. Florence Olivia Jane Young. Imogen Bach. Sophie Eleanor May Barnes. Ellie Cooper. Abigail Cotton. Laura May Cunningham. Joel Doro. Charlotte Louise Griffiths. Rachel Ann Hopkins. Carrie Mae Jones. Catherine Leach. Stella Millwood. Lucy Page. Amber Jane Pudner. Thomas Christopher Reeder. Alexandra Nicole Roach, Lily Robinson, Matthew Simpson, Daniel Sinclair, Adam Smallridge, Katie Jane Wallace, Gwen Williams, Kim Vivian Yates, Asma Hassanji, Amelia Morris, Jasper Oswin, Mahmouda Janet Ahmed, Adam Aldis, Chloe Allen, Laura Megan Allen, Holly Anderson, Madeline Banfield, Catherine Barlow, Katie Beaumont, Daniel Beck, Alex Beach, Jessica Bayman, Samuel Borthwick, Emma Brown, Matthew Brown, Louis Brown, Chelsea Brownhill, Amy Louise Brumby, Shannon Bully, Isabella Bullivant, Madeline Burgess, Amy Campbell, Hannah Carter, Daniel Cassidy, Elena Jean Cassie, Maddie Christopher, India Cole, Althea Cooley, Rosie Claire Catch, Caitlin Coxon, Nathan Creedy, Natalie Dawson, Lauren Day, Connor Derbyshire, Alexander Diggins, Shannon Francis Dobbin, Georgina Dransfield, James Francis Jude Saar, Holly Dewitt, Keely Durnell, Claire Eaton, Miriam Eladmany, Thomas Jenkin Evans, Katie Faulkner, Holly Ferguson, Emily's Furs, Shawnee Futers, Helen Gilmore, Anna Giraldo, Jack Glasgow, El Goodall, Kit Goodman Edwards, Yasmin Elizabeth Grant, Chloe Green, Hannah Green, Jamie Greenslade, Leah Gwilt, Natasha Elizabeth Hall, Annabella Hartley, Sarah Rose Hazelwood, Lilith Hickling, Jasmine Hodges, Katie Holder, Shelby Holmes, Jack Holston, Jonathan Howells, Amy Hoyland, Annabelle Hutton, Farana Jabir, Sarah Johnson, Alex Jones, Jessica Jones, Anisha Khan, Sean Kinsey, Kerry Knighton, Katie Kupasasevich, Nicola Law, Grace Levy, Claire Lewis, Isabella Lyons, John Mason, Laura Helen McHale, Sarah Jane McGeever, Robert McGurk, Cara Medlicott, Rachel Melwish, Alex Miller, Abigail Mitchell, Chelsea Leah Morgan, Daisy Morris, Georgina Morris, Ella Morris, Mylena Mottram, Sarah Murray, Laura Neva, Lydia Nelson, Robin Ollie, Suzanne Pearl Owen, Danielle Penny, Stephanie Charlotte Powell, Tamara Price, Emma Quinn, Jamie Rees, Jessica Rogerson, Sabrina Rose, Poppy Saville, Isabel Sharp, Lauren Simpson, Aisha Smith, Hannah Smith, Lara Stace, Hannah Stratton, Oliver Taylor, India Thomas, James Anthony Thomas, Marcy Alex Thomas, Natalie Thomas, Matthew Piers Tomlinson, Emma Tranter, Matthew Trask, Ruby Grace Tucker, Amandeep Kaur Turner, Hannah Turner, Kelsey Turner, Harriet Elizabeth Wadsworth, William Wardrop, Jordan Watkins, Sophia Wensler, Lydia Rose Watley, Chelsea Wetter, Georgina Siobhan White, Jordan Whiteman, Fionn Erin Williams, Jamie Williams, Jessica Tyler Williams, Alex Wills, Jessica Woods, Linda Rickwood, Emily Smith, Rosemary James, Clarissa Adams, Victoria Ann Cooper, Lucy Hegarty, Benjamin Courtney Mellish, Benjamin Newman, Christopher Ord, Megan Rogers, Sophie Shannon, Phoebe Slim, Megan Louise Stoddart, Ashley Rebecca Williams, Laura Barclay, Ashley James Beryl, Jade Amy Louise Clancy, Charlotte Cox, Jodie Sasha Crowell, Thomas Alexander Dowling, Colette Gilks, Sophie Louise Hasdell, James King, Meredith Allison Lloyd, Callum Chaplin McAllister, Sarah Mills Hicks, Duncan Moore, Emma Peffybridge, Laura Ruddlesden, Nicola Schoen, Hannah Civil, Laura Stupple, Olivia Wellington, Lewis Wilkins, John Wilkinson, Amandeep Baines, Kate Baker, Jessica Campbell, Charles Council, Helen Louise Early, Eliza Gush, Kevin Hudson, Bethan Hughes, Alice Lally, Anna Lewis, Alice Marr, Magnus McGrigor, Abby Offord, Samantha Palin, Madeline Richards, Philippa Rule, Madeline Scott, Esther Strain, Greg Taylor, Rachel Louise Port, Abigail Susanna Rostron, Alex Beckerley, Olivia Bishop, Amy Rhiannon Broughton, Lewis Channing, Ben Edwards, Maxwell Evans, Oscar Benedict Flowers, Stefan Franklin, Svetlana Yadylenko, Kaylee Hampson, Sophie Hipples, Francesca Hyatt, Ellie Jeffries, Bethany Johnson, Laura Killen, Holly Kingham, Amakumi, Patrick Lane, Evie Mondro, William Neal, Eleanor Parfitt, Catherine Parker, Sarah Rahman, Leah Scora, Kira Sheen, Jessica Vickery, Menna Waits, Catherine Nicholas, Michael Ying, Jean-Baptiste Seguin, Faha Jassim Al-Dahimi, George Bowen, Rory Drennan, George Hanks, Craig Meikle, Fern Hockney, Alexander Holloway, Luke Symes, Mally Parry Lowther, Rebecca Sarah Bruard, Alice Louise Byron, who sadly passed away last week. Alice was kind, thoughtful, optimistic, and showed a strength and a courage that was admirable. She was a dedicated student who loved creative writing and who loved being a student at Cardiff. She inspired her classmates by her dedication and by her generosity of spirit. We shall miss her. We'll pause for a moment's silence. Thank you.
Rwy fi yr athro Sione Davies yn cyflwyno rhai sydd wedi derbyn gradd baclor yn y celfyddydau. Abi Bolaitho, Elise Rebecca Bryden, Ellen Jane Carter, Rebecca Lillian Creamer, Leonie Amber Emmanuel, Catrin Neve Hannah Ainon, Ellen Gantz, Anna Louise Griffin, Elliw Haf Griffith, Sean Howe, Ellen Ian Jones, Llio Mereri Jones, Morgan John Owen, Hannah Rebecca Pierce, Heledd Anna Roberts, Elin Heledd Rowlands, Sioned Haf Thomas, David Williams, Lowry Gwen Jacob, Catrin Heledd Jones, Leah Kate Howells, Ellen Rhiannon Morris, Cerys Sian Davies Harris, Isabel Mary Thomas, Joseph Woodland, Steffan Bryn, Mia Wynne Lewis, Shannon Louise Farina Childs,
Would the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Trwy awdurdod o Brifysgol am bwriad oedd I mi, derbyniaf chwi i'ch dyfarniad ac I holl freiniau arall hon. Congratulations.
I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Arts. Jodie K. Ashdown. Richard Axtell. Ellen Faith Davis. Georgina Jones. Rebecca Lawn. Rosemary Petal Morgan. Julie Premon. Philip Trevor Pike. Christopher Philip Winters. James Cochran. Sammy Evans. Harriet Gordon. Owen David Harry. Rebecca Hobbs. Elizabeth Jones. Eris Lee. Sarah Luff. Rebecca Martin. David Stewart Mason. Nathan Llewellyn Monday. James Natch. Rachel Zara Taylor. Taliesin Davis. Si Yang Lee. Sean Wright. Sam Philip Winter. Timothy David Gibson. Nicole Pean. Aoife van der Hoofen. Julia Catherine Louise Wood. Andrew Booth. Shin Day. Arid Sadiq Dawood. Rebecca Ward. Laura Beth Davis. Oshan Griffith Hyam. Nia Morgan. Jessica Rumble. I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Philosophy. Bethan and Harrod Hughes. Sarah Orwig. Rebecca Try. This concludes the awards at postgraduate master's level.
Would all the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Toreadwyd ar y Brifysgol yn riedoedd i mi, derbyniad chwi i'ch dyfarniad ac i'ch holl freiniau arall hon. Congratulations.
I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Emily Blewett. Darren Freebury Jones. Sheila Giwon. Maria Grech. Catherine Paula Ham. Shane Felice Husbands. Jennifer Jane Needs. Laura O'Connor. Tim Rees. Caleb Sivier. Mark David Truesdale. This concludes the awards at doctoral level.
The students who just crossed the stage, please stand. Rwy awdurdod o Brifysgol yn riedoedd I mi derbyniad chwi i'ch dyfarniad ac i'ch holl freiniau ar radd hon. Congratulations.
Graduates, anyone who has received an award today, would you all please be upstanding to receive the official greetings from the Chair of Council and from the Vice President of the Students' Union.
May your care ever be for the good name of the university and the well-being of the world.
Bore da. Good morning. You are now members of the distinguished alumni of this university. May your association with the university be cherished and be constant throughout your life. For most of you, today marks the end of an era, and you should all be incredibly proud. Not only have you achieved academic success, but you've also made new friends, tried new activities, and experienced independence. All of these aspects of university are incredibly important, and by meeting these successes, you have tackled challenges, embraced opportunities, and you've created relations that will hopefully last a lifetime. As a result, and it is true, these experiences will create memories that you will treasure for years to come. All of you should be incredibly proud of everything you've achieved at Cardiff and should walk confidently into the next phase of your life. But you should also be thankful for your family and friends who have helped you to reach this important point in your life. I therefore invite you to turn and greet your family and friends and say a special and public thank you by giving them a warm and enthusiastic round of applause. Diolch. Thank you, and please be seated.
The challenge for all historians, and I speak as a historian, is to make their work bring the past to life, to break through the problem of inadequate sources that disallow so many questions we would like to ask, and to overcome the obstacle of understanding fundamentally different value systems that make the past a foreign country. The best historians help their readers to imagine what it was like to live then and there. But few of us can rival the ability of the historical novelist, or even the hysterical novelist, who fuses scrupulous research with a creative imagination to capture the essential drama of times past. Sarah Waters is such a novelist. Born in Neyland, near Milford Haven in Pembrokeshire, Sarah attended Milford Haven Grammar School before reading English at the University of Kent, studying for MA at the University of Lancaster, and then completing a PhD at Queen Mary in London. Her doctoral thesis, Wolfskins and Togas, Lesbian and Gay Historical Fictions, 1870 to the Present, foreshadowed her own creative interests. And in 1998, she published her first novel, Tipping the Velvet, which won a Betty Trask Award for first novels written by authors under the age of 35. Since that time, Sarah has published 5 other novels. Affinity, which won the Somerset Maugham Award and the Sunday Times Young Writer of the Year Award. Fingersmith, which won the Crime Writers Association Historical Dagger Award for the Best Historical Crime Novel of the Year. The Night Watch, The Little Stranger, and The Paying Guests. In testifying to the extensive appeal of Sarah's fiction, Robert McCrum of The Observer has suggested that perhaps not since Daphne du Maurier has a popular young woman writer so captivated the literary world. And Sarah was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society of Literature in 2009. Her novels have been translated into over 20 languages. 4 have been adapted for television and 3 for the stage. In 2014, The Frozen Scream, a theatrical production Sarah co-authored with Christopher Green, premiered at the Wales Millennium Centre. And this year, The Handmaiden, a South Korean film based on Sarah's novel Fingersmith, competed for the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival. Last year, Sarah was named Writer of the Decade at the Stonewall Awards, and this year she received the LGBT Lifetime Achievement Award. It is perhaps entirely appropriate that Sarah's fiction is now itself the subject of academic research. There are at least 5 doctoral theses on her work in the UK alone. Anrhydeddus Isganghellor, cyflwynaf I ti, Sarah Waters, fel Cymrawd Anrhydeddus Prifysgol Caerdydd.
Rhodio'r dyfodol i ni gan y cyngor, derbyniad chwi fel Cymrawd ar anrhyddedd Prifysgol Caerdydd. Gratulwch.
Thank you, Professor Williams, for those very kind words. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you all today. Just want to look behind me too. And it's extra exciting for me that this honour is coming from this particular university with its terrific prestigious reputation in this vibrant city of Cardiff, in my wonderful homeland of Wales. It's almost exactly 30 years since I graduated from Kent University with a BA in English and American Literature. The person receiving an honorary award at my degree ceremony was Oliver Postgate, the children's television maker who made, amongst other shows, The Clangers and Ivor the Engine and Bagpuss. In fact, he brought Bagpuss along to the ceremony dressed in an academic gown and a mortarboard. It was very exciting. When I graduated that day, I think I had only one real ambition, and that was simply to read more books. What an awful swot I must have been, eh? But luckily for me, I could. An academic grant let me do my MA at Lancaster University. After that, I worked first in a bookshop, then in a library as a library assistant. Then another grant allowed me to do my PhD. When that was completed, I wrote my first novel, Tipping the Velvet, and until my career as an author took off, I taught part-time for the Open University. And I say all this because it strikes me now with rather a chill, actually, that lots of the things on that list, things that really formed the foundation of my career, generous student grants, independent bookshops, well-stocked, well-staffed public libraries, well-funded academic institutions. So many of them sound like endangered species now, things that are fast disappearing from our cultural life. So the world that you're graduating into today is very different from the world that I graduated into back in 1987. I have to say, I'm afraid, I think it's kind of a tougher world in lots of ways. It's certainly a bewildering world in some ways, not least because it contains so many extraordinary contradictions. It's a world, for example, in which it's much easier to be gay, but then again much harder to be gay, in fact perilously, life-threateningly hard, depending on where you live. It's a world in which the internet allows us to do wonderful things, but also allows us to indulge the very worst aspects of our natures. It's a world of global connections, but a world in which we seem intent on creating borders, intent on dividing ourselves into ever smaller, ever more mutually hostile groups. So how on earth do we deal with such a world? Well, whatever your ambitions as you graduate today, whether like me back in 1987, you simply want to read more books, whether you want to write books, whether you never want to open a book ever again, whatever your ambitions, I'd like, if I may, to wish you a few more ambitions that we all need, I think, now more than ever, to be compassionate, to be generous, to cherish the things that make us different from one another, along with the things that unite us. Above all, to keep thinking. Our so-called leaders don't seem to have done much thinking lately. They just seem to have led us into catastrophes and then walked away from the mess. So please keep thinking for the rest of your lives. Think, question, debate, be rigorous with your own ideas and with other people's. But right now, today, celebrate. The biggest honour for me right now, I assure you, is to be able to share this occasion with you. Many, many congratulations to you all. You're absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Gentlemen, the ceremony is now concluded. Please be upstanding while the platform party departs. Os gwelwch yn dda, a sefyllwch chi lawr. Brynham da a croeso. Good afternoon and welcome. Mae braf iawn i gweld i chi prynawn yma. Nice to see you this afternoon. Gyda'r eich teulu chi, with your family, a cyfeillion, your friends. This is a very, very special occasion. And I am delighted that so many of you have been able to attend today's graduation ceremony. A particular welcome is also due to our colleagues on the platform, some who have come from other universities in Wales, Aberystwyth and Bangor, and also from UCL in London, as we are celebrating a collaborative programme, the Masters in Educational Practice. It's always a joy when you manage to get to the end, but a particular congratulations are due this afternoon to a cohort of graduates who have been working as well as studying. And as somebody who's done that, that's not easy, I can say. So many, many congratulations. Trying to juggle the demands of the world of work, of family, of friends, and study is something that you should be very, very proud of. This is a programme that has been inspired by the fact that education matters. Now, you would imagine I would say that, wouldn't you? Because I work at a university, and therefore it's my job to say that. But I want to tell you a little story first, which is about the fact that in 1915, my grandmother came from West Wales to work in Cardiff as a kitchen maid in one of the grand houses in Park Place. 2 generations later, and 100 years of progress, and her granddaughter stands before you as a professor and pro-vice-chancellor at Cardiff University. And the only difference between my wonderful gran and myself is the fact that I had the opportunity for an education. My mum, who had to leave school at the age of 13 because the Second World War was on and the 1944 Education Act was not yet in place, said to both myself and my 4 sisters as we were growing up, that if we chose to sweep the roads or do the most menial job with no job prospects because we chose to do so, well, that was up to us. If, however, we were doing the most menial job with no future and no prospects because we had not bothered to take advantage of the wonderful opportunities that education has provided to my generation and those that come after, well, basically her phrase was, "Don't come crying to me." So I applaud those that are here today who have chosen to be part of a wonderful profession, who have the joy and hassle, I'd have to say, of working in education day in, day out. And as someone who's been married to a classroom teacher and then head of music at secondary level for 39 years, but don't tell anyone, can't possibly be that long, I know how many hours of graft you put in. The parents' evenings, the studying late, the trips away, the marking, the preparation, the bad days, the good days. But please, please rejoice in the fact that you have joined a profession that actually makes a difference to people's lives. We congratulate you and we are honoured to be holding the ceremony for you today here in Cardiff. One of our students here, Liso, is actually just finishing her postgraduate course here at the School of Journalism, and she is about to read to you a poem that's been written by Wales's inaugural poet, Gwyneth Lewis. You may think, oh, I've not heard of her, but believe me, if you've been down to the Bay Area of Cardiff and you have seen the Welsh Millennium Centre, you will have seen her poetry because it is carved in 6-foot-high letters on the front of the Millennium Centre. Rather aptly and particularly for today, this poem is called Education. Diolch am wrando.
Addysg, Education by Gwyneth Lewis. Beiddiaddeiddio, gwellhad o wneud, mynageisio, parchad ddweud. Trawsnewidiad fydd dy glod, dyfodol, mentor board. Learning's a passport that returns you home a better person. Being daring makes you secure with not knowing everything, helps you welcome some failure, forges an ally with others' thinking. It is simple delight in mind and its motions. Scintillates, but isn't deceptive. Admits the joy of institutes, is the open road to everywhere but bigotry. It's the shortest distance between you and me, and, if you're lucky,
Brahanda, good afternoon. I'm very happy to welcome you to Cardiff, St David's Hall, and our 216 graduation ceremonies. You must be feeling a mixture of emotions. I'm sure many of you feel excited, many of you relieved, but most of all, I hope you feel a great sense of achievement. All of you deserve many congratulations. Firstly, congratulations on becoming a graduate of one of the most sought-after universities in the UK. Cardiff continues to be one of the best places to come and study and provides excellence in education, research and innovation. We are driven by creativity and curiosity and welcome students from more than 100 countries with a range of backgrounds. The university has recently recorded its highest level of overall satisfaction, with 9 in 10 of our students increasing overall satisfaction with their student experience, expressing overall satisfaction with their student experience, and that's according to the National Student Survey. And this puts us well above the UK average. Cardiff also has an interestingly significant economic impact on society. According to a recent study and report, the university contributes £2.7 billion annually to the UK economy, and it generates more than £6 for every £1 that it spends. So secondly, congratulations on your years of study here. Many of you will have learned to ask new questions and to challenge conventional wisdom, and I trust that this free, inquiring, may I say Cardiff state of mind will stay with you. And most importantly, congratulations and welcome to the many family, friends and supporters who join us today, many of whom will have travelled great distances to be here. We owe a great deal of support to the support of family and friends, both moral support, guidance and encouragement, but in many cases also considerable financial support. And I urge all of you who are graduating today to send your heartfelt thanks to everyone who has helped you. So please enjoy today. You're continuing on a journey of lifelong learning, and your tutors will hope that much more than any knowledge they've imparted to you is an understanding of methods of learning, of analysis, and of intellectual thinking. So go out into your community, to educate, as you do, that's your profession, but more widely, educate not just professionally, but socially as well. Encourage thought, not prejudice, and be prepared to defend education and your position. In the world of mass communication, massive, open, online courses, YouTube, virtual lectures, etc., we face a fundamental question. If information is everywhere, does anybody need an education? I'd like to suggest to you that one of the most important outcomes is to learn to judge evidence, to interpret, to understand, and become wiser. The internet, which helps share information. But the volume of misinformation reinforces more than ever before the need for knowledge and understanding based on firm evidence and truth. And I feel that by far the best prospect for responsible application and regulation must lie with a better informed public. We must use this knowledge and how we apply it for the good of humankind around the world. Today, we are celebrating the successes of the students graduating from the School of Social Sciences, who are the very first cohort to graduate with a Masters in Educational Practice. This unique and innovative programme, funded by the Welsh Government, has equipped our newly qualified teachers with the knowledge and skills required to mitigate the effects of socioeconomic deprivation on educational achievement, to improve learner outcomes and support a model, very importantly, of lifelong improvement in professional practice. It has placed Wales in the forefront of teacher professional development in the UK and led to important collaborations with higher education institutions all over the world. Through the practical research-based programme, you've made important transitions from a newly qualified teacher to a confident classroom leader, and you should be very proud of your achievements. For the past 3 years, you've undertaken challenging classroom-focused professional development in core areas of teaching, literacy, numeracy, and reducing the impact of poverty on attainment. But the journey does not stop here. Take forward this innovative practice so you can enhance the learning experience of your pupils and improve generally the quality of teaching here in Wales. Carry the determination and commitment you have demonstrated during your time here with you as you enter into the classroom and educate our future generations. The skills and knowledge that you've acquired to help to educate the professionals who will need this and other nations. And it will not be an easy job. There's a lot to be done, and I hope you'll all leave here with a solid determination to contribute to the culture, welfare, and prosperity of your family, your communities, and humankind. So, congratulations again. I urge you to be the gatekeepers of good sense and, as I know you are, the educators for tomorrow.
I will now read the proclamation, first in Welsh and then in English. Nerth Gwlad ei Gwybodaeth. Boed hysbys i holl aelodau'r Brifysgol ac ar hyd a lled y byd fod cynulliad o Brifysgol Caerdydd yn cael ei gynnal heddiw ym Mhrifddinas Cymru. O dan awdurdod Siarter Frenhinol y Brifysgol, mae'r cynulliad hwn yn cyfarfod i dderbyn y myfyrwyr sydd, yn rhinwedd eu hastudiaethau a'u hysgolheicdod, wedi harholi'n briodol yn unol astadudau'r Brifysgol ac wedi cael yn deilwng o'i graddau. Wrth ddathlu llwyddiant y rhai sy'n graddio yn y cynulliad hwn, fe'i hatgoffwn o'i cyfrifoldeb i gyfrannu o werthoedd y Brifysgol hon. Nod iddynt hwy i'w ceisio drwy eu cyflawniadau wasanaethu ar lles pawb, ymdrechu i sicrhau rhagoriaeth ym mhob peth ac yn boeni am ddyfodol ein byd. Gwrandewch yn awchus ar y ddoethineb gan ei fod yn cynnig gobaith a gwirionedd ym mhob cenhedlaeth. A nation's strength is in its learning. Let it be known to all members of the university and throughout the world that today in the capital city of Wales, a congregation of Cardiff University is taking place. Under the authority of the university's Royal Charter, this congregation meets to receive those students who, by virtue of their studies and scholarship, have been appropriately examined according to the statutes of the university and found worthy of their degrees. We celebrate the success of those who graduate in this congregation and, in doing so, remind them of their responsibility to share in the values of this university. It is for them to seek, through their achievements, to serve the common good, to strive for excellence on all things, and care for the future of our world. Be attentive to wisdom, for it offers hope and truth in every generation.
Well, good afternoon and welcome everybody. It's great to see you all here today. I know that most of you will know certainly Wales and probably Cardiff, so I'm sure that you're aware of what a great job we do here. We come now to the formal part of the ceremony where the students will cross the stage. I will greet them and congratulate them, and they will proceed then back to their seats, and it's the opportunity to show your appreciation for each of them as they come across the stage. So applaud as wildly as you wish, make as much noise as you like. The only thing for your particular person or for everybody as they come across, but just if we could just have the applause dying down when the student reaches me, because that gives us a chance to hear the name of the next person. So everyone gets a chance if we do it like that. Once the students have all crossed the stage and sat down again, I will ask them to stand, and I will speak a sentence in Welsh which admits them to their degrees, and what that means is, through the authority conferred upon me by the university, I receive you to your award with all the privileges this confers. So we will now proceed to the conferment of degrees.
I, Professor Martin Jeffcoat, introduce those who have received the postgraduate certificate. Lowry Bethan Welsh. Jessica Ann Williams. I, Professor Martin Jeffcoat, introduce those who have received the postgraduate diploma. Mary Elaine Bailey. Anharad Elizabeth Edwards. Katie Eliza Hall. I, Professor Martin Jeffcoat, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Educational Practice. Louise Elizabeth Allen. Nicola Catherine Bartle. Stephanie Claire Bell. Mallory Bainham. Alau Bain Thomas. Natasha Jenny Burkett. Sophie Melissa Bowen. Sarah Bryan. David Brunant Jones. Laura Francis Cadell. Abigail Jane Chase. Amy Clement Jones. Sophie Clisset. Catherine Lucy Collins. Zoe Collins. Melanie Louise Cooper. Jack Ellis Crompton. Ruth Margaret Cummings. Manon David. Emma Daniels. Hayley Rebecca Davidson. Caris Amharad Davis. Caris Joy Davis. Christopher Gary Davis. Emma Davis. Gavin Anthony Davis. Nia Heleth Davis. Nicholas Lee Davis. Nina Davis. Ricky Andrew Davis. Robin Glynn Davis. Samantha Davis. Suan Ruth Davis. Stefan Hugh Davis. Soin Elaine Davis. Victoria Dowd. Emma Down. Catherine Lucy Draper. Rachel Tillion Edmonds. Cara Jean Edwards. Sarah Edwards. Kate Louise Elkins. Caris Ann Evans. Catherine Elizabeth Evans. Claire Victoria Evans. Ellery Sean Evans. Johan Rees Evans. Laura Kate Evans. Sean Anharad Evans. Sophie Jane Evans. Carl Lewis Farrant. Menna Faulkner. Reese Anthony Foley. Anharad Maya Fowler. Leanne Elizabeth Fowler. Kate Elizabeth Freeman. Kirsty Garside. Richard Carlo Giannini. Robert Russell Gibson. Zara Gibson. Laura Beth Gibson. Victoria Girton Smith. Samantha Louise Gray. Dale Ian Green. Carly Ann Griffith McGeever. Bethan Maya Griffiths. James Eric Griffiths. Sophie Carmen Griffiths. Melanie Hager. Emily Jane Haig. Richard Hall. Rachel Havard. Mavanwi Jennifer Heelan. Joseph Henry. Lisa Hocken. Fionn Eleri Hogarth. Gemma Louise Holland. Julia Meyer Holloway. Ada Kate Lavinia Huggett Fieldhouse. Anaharad Elin Hughes. Michael Hughes. Emma Jane Jackson. Elizabeth Alexandra Jane James. Nia Anharad James Dean. Nia Bethan John. Anthony Owen Harris Jones. Daniel Rees Jones. Elisha Jane Jones. Gemma Jones. Jennifer Jones. Sinead Hav Jones. Stephanie Wallace Jones. Bethan Marie Kimber. Benjamin Scott Lane. Natalie Lewis. Rebecca Lloyd Lewis. Lowry Gwennan Llewellyn. Sarah Kate Lloyd. Bethan Jane MacDonald. Kirsty Lauren Martinez. Jennifer Kate McCarthy. Jill McPhillips. Julia Louise Morgan. Peter James O'Leary. Helen O'Toole. Dylan Owen. Samantha Meyer Parker. Kimberly Ruth Parsons. Kirsty Peck. Lorna Marie Phillips. Rachel Louise Phillips. Alice Rhiannon Powell. Christopher Edward John Powell. Natalie Jane Powell. Caris Ann Price. O'Shane Hugh Pritchard. Stacey Louise Prosser. Alan Sean Pugh. Sean Anharad Rees. Christine Ann Rigby. Gavin Wynne Roberts. Joanne Louise Roberts. Gordon Samuel Roger. Rebecca Margaret Sage. Michael David Searle. Jennifer Leanne Simon. Christopher Paul Snary. Daniel Snowden. Emma Gwen Spence. Caris Ellery Stewart. Debbie Story. Emma Jane Sullivan. Bethan Half Thomas. Hannah Claire Thomas. Rachel Elizabeth Thomas. Matthew Charles Thompson. Caris Fionn Tobias. Amy Pamela Turley. Catherine Sean Turley. Bonnie Anaharad Turnbull. Samantha J. Udry. Sean James Valentine. Chelsea Eva Grace Ware. Sarah Louise Waters. Zoe Marie Watkins. Kirsty Adele Watt. Richard Alexander West. Jonathan Daniel Whitchurch. Keris Williams. Donna Marie Williams. Dylan Llewellyn Williams. Jamie Williams. Jennifer Lee Williams. John Lloyd Williams. Kelsey Asher Williams. Clinos Ann Williams. Neris Kate Williams. Ross Llewellyn Williams. Sinead Half Williams. Thomas Daniel Williams. Heather Wilson. Nicholas Ethan Wilson. Alison Claire Withers. Chloe Sarah Rose Worley. Delith Half Wing. Emma Victoria Hughes. This concludes the awards at postgraduate master's level.
Would all the students who've just crossed the stage please stand? Rhoiadur y Brifysgol yn riedoedd I mi, derbyniad chwich dyfarniad ac I holl-freiniau ar radd hon. Congratulations.
One of the things that's dangerous is to sit down for too long, so I'm going to ask them to stand up again now. Would all of those who've received an award please stand, because now you will receive the formal greetings from the Chancellor of the University and the Vice President Education from the Students' Union.
May your care ever be for the good name of the University and for the well-being of the world.
Brynanda, good afternoon. You are now members of the distinguished alumni of this university. May your association with the university be cherished and constant throughout your life. Today you embark upon a new journey, a journey that will take some of you to new cities, new places, to new frontiers. A man once said, "Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe." Today that quote applies to you like no other day. You have been sharpening the axe for the last few years and you are now ready to chop down that tree. Some of you already have a vision, some of you don't. To those of you who do have a vision, I urge you to go ahead and grab that vision. Make it yours, make it your reality. Those of you who don't have a vision just yet, I urge you to go out there and develop yourself further. I urge you to continue to sharpen your knowledge, your skill set, your willpower, so that when an opportunity presents itself, you are not taken by surprise, but instead you are ready to grab it. It's worth also mentioning that a vision can grow, and curiosity is often a good cultivator for such growth. So go out there and live your dream, be curious and follow your passions, and remember, we are our choices. I would like to congratulate you on your fantastic efforts thus far, and wish you the best of luck with the years to come. And as part of celebrating your success, it's important to appreciate the people in your life who helped you become who you are today. I therefore invite you to turn around, to greet your family and friends, and to say a special and public thank you by giving them a warm and enthusiastic round of applause. Sure, thank you. And please be seated.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Williams. As a university orator, it is my great privilege to introduce to you someone I've known since I was a student here in the 1980s, Professor Emerita Dame Teresa Rees. Dame Teresa, or as she is more generally known, Terry Rees, is one of the United Kingdom's most influential and distinguished social scientists, who has enjoyed a lengthy and impactful career working in the British university system. She has made a highly significant contribution to the promotion of gender equality, especially through her research into gender mainstreaming, which aims both to understand cultural practices within organisations and to change them for the better. Terry's career began with her studying sociology and politics at the University of Exeter, where she confesses she didn't do very much work and was distracted by the exciting opportunities open to her as a drum majorette. She then came to Cardiff to conduct research on population and industrial decline and obtained her doctorate for work on gender segregation in the labour market. She stayed in Cardiff until 1993, when she took a post at the University of Bristol, where she was appointed professor. In 2000, she returned to Cardiff School of Social Sciences and became Pro-Vice-Chancellor in 2004, initially for staff and students and subsequently for research. She was a member of the Economic and Social Research Council's Research Grants Board and Strategic Research Board, and acted as principal investigator for the WAVE, Women Adding Value to the Economy project. Terry's contribution has extended far beyond any single university. She chaired 2 independent investigations into higher education, advising the National Assembly for Wales, served on the government steering group that established the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and was a member of the National Equality Panel. She was Equal Opportunities Commissioner for Wales, has been an expert advisor to the Research Directorate General of the European Commission, served on the Scientific Advisory Board of 5 EU-funded projects, and was Director in Wales of the Leadership Foundation in Higher Education. She has been termed the leading figure in the development of European gender mainstreaming policy. Terry received the Welsh Woman of the Year Val Feld Award in 2002 for her work promoting the life chances of women in Wales. She is a Fellow of both the Academy of Social Sciences and the Royal Society of Arts. She is widely respected, universally regarded as an exemplary colleague and as an inspirational role model, supportive, caring, and principled. Terry was made Commander of the British Empire for her services to higher education and equal opportunities in 2002, and received a damehood last year for her services to social science. Anrhydedus Isganghellor, cyflwyno'r I ti, Teresa Rees, fel Cymrawd Amhydedd Prifysgol Caerdydd.
Well, thank you very much indeed for your kind words and also for the lovely reception here. I've had a fabulous day so far, and there's a dinner tonight. I can really recommend getting honoured in this way as a way of retiring. But I do want to congratulate all of you in your Masters. I think that's an incredible achievement because you're doing it while you're teachers. One of my sons is a teacher, and I know at the weekends he's absolutely exhausted. So to imagine how you kind of conducted all that research and that work and those essays after you've been teaching all day it's a miracle. So I do congratulate you. But I also want to say well done to the staff, because this is a very innovative program involving 4, I think it is, institutions to deliver a master's program for 500 people, and you're all here on the last day. I think we're all very grateful to see you here. It was a bit of a very ideal dream at the beginning, so many, many congratulations. Well, as Professor Williams has said, I wasn't a very good student myself. I did find other distractions in the late 60s. There were cream teas, there were bands, some of which are still in existence. And I was, as you say, a drum majorette for some time. You may wonder about this, but we used to lead university rags. We were so good, we got lent out to other universities. And it was extraordinary. We wore high-heeled black boots, mini skirts, black tops, and rather heavy cardboard constructions that we'd made ourselves. And we were trained by an army sergeant who was on secondment from Sandhurst to do a PhD at Exeter, and also a Californian cheerleader. And between them, they had us marching up, down, backwards, twirls, hurling batons in the air and catching them. We were superb, I have to say. Now, after not spending much time working very hard as an undergraduate, I nevertheless went into research as a career. And my first stop really was Glencorrib. Some of you will know where this is, the Upper Avon Valley. And there I really found out about poverty for the first time, poverty and inequality. I really discovered it. This was well after the pits had closed and the Home Office were funding us to go there to try to do something about this poverty. And I think the line at the time was very much, can't you get these redundant miners to pick themselves up by their bootlaces and do something? Well, it didn't take more than about a day to realise that that really wasn't the problem. The problem, as we all discovered, was far more to do with the unexpected outcomes of industrial restructuring. So I was very committed at this stage to making suitable, policy-driven recommendations to whoever was employing me on a project. So obviously myself and colleagues recommended to Home Office that they abolish capitalism. I have to say, this wasn't the first recommendation that I've made that hasn't been entirely accepted or implemented. Later on, I became the Equal Opportunities Commissioner for Wales and was invited by the Ministry of Defence of the day to come and see airplanes refuelling in mid-air. This was amazing. I went down to St Athan and was taken onto one of the, in fact it was the Prime Minister's aeroplane, to watch these planes refuelling in mid-air. A strange thing to do, I thought at the time. We went up and we were flying at an incredible speed off the west coast of Wales when suddenly a plane appeared right beside us and the pilot was saluting us, which I really wanted him to look where he was going, but anyway, he saluted us. And then, just as I got used to this idea that this plane was flying incredibly near to us, another one popped up right in front of him, a Harrier, no, I can't remember what it was called anyway, it was a very fast aeroplane. And they started refueling in mid-air, literally. One had a sort of hose pipe coming out the back, and the other one had a hose pipe with a sort of cone on the front, and they joined up. And then, obviously, the petrol had gone from one aircraft to the other. They disjointed. The hose pipes were removed. There was much more saluting us, and then they disappeared. Well, extraordinary. So I felt obliged to ask some sort of technical question, like, why don't they fill up before they go? They apparently need to have these petrol stations in the sky, apparently. Now, before I went off to RAF St Athan, I thought I'd better swat up about women in the armed forces and how they were getting on. And it was very interesting because the early months of recruitment are men and women recruiting, being subjected to tests of various kinds. And the women did just as well as the men, no problem at all. There was only one that they fell down on, and that was marching. Well, I was a bit astonished by that, given my drum majoretting past. What was the matter with them? But they kept ending up in hospital with dislocated hips or worse. So, being a researcher, I tried to find out what had caused this, and it turned out that the average stride of the average man, who make up the vast majority of the armed forces, is the prescription stride for people marching, irrespective of their height. And so really this was the cause of the problems experienced by these women. And this really made me think how women and men of all sorts of descriptions can often be excluded from certain activities or fail to do well in them, precisely because the rules that are laid down on assumptions about who normally does that kind of job. That's why some of us have struggled with these beautiful gowns that are made for men. Sometimes women get swamped in them. And this idea became very important to me in terms of the idea of gender mainstreaming. In other words, making sure that gender comes into the way you plan things, the way you design them, the way you deliver them. And so that really became the way I started concentrating on mainstreaming. And it does seem to me that where you are with your masters in teaching as well, teaching practice, that you are dealing with young people who are coming through the system, who are exposed to these inequalities all the time. And therefore, you play a critical role in challenging them, but also in your own lives. What I hope you'll do is march to your own stride. Thank you very much.
Well, as Chancellor, it's now my duty to draw these proceedings to a close. As you may have noticed, I jolly nearly did it too early, and we would have missed that wonderful, wonderful oration. Very interesting. Thank you very much indeed. It's one of the most pleasurable occasions in the university calendar, graduation. And it's a joy to be on this platform and to see the pride, the relief of all the new graduates as they cross the stage. It's wonderful, too, that you've had the opportunity to hear this magnificent oration from our honorary fellow. And we do very much appreciate the role of the honorary fellows. And of course, our fellow today is somebody who has been most influential in helping the university to proceed forward in the last few years here. So it's very nice to have her here. And I trust that the pride and the joy you feel today will stay with you always. In the years to come, I hope you'll look back at your time in Cardiff University and realise that the happiness you have experienced and the friendships you have made and the depth of knowledge and experience you have gained have served you well in your journey through life. Today, you are joining, although I think most of you already have joined, the worldwide family of Cardiff alumni. And it's a family that helps you stay in touch with each other, which may be very important, and also with us. Cardiff students are valued around the world for their skills, knowledge, and attitude. And I hope that you will remember and share your experience, that you'll come back and see us often, and that you'll continue to support us so that new generations can benefit, as you have done, from the outstanding teaching and learning here at Cardiff University. So, on behalf of Cardiff University, your academic staff, the officers, your fellow students, and that great body of alumni throughout the world, I wish you every success in the future. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we finish, I would also like to express our thanks to our collaborators who have been part of this wonderful programme, to the Welsh Government for funding it in order that we can have a special celebration for this wonderful course. In putting this on, there are a huge number of people who individually deserve thanks to ensure that the course got on running, were recruited to, was coordinated, And part of that group is obviously the head teachers who have allowed and supported the members of staff to actually study alongside. So we thank all of those that have contributed to ensuring that this has been a great success. We are very conscious that without everyone's collaboration, this would not have happened. This has been a real example of teamwork. There is one lady, however, who I am going to name, and that is Professor Amanda Coffey, because without her, this programme would never have been driven through in time. She's sitting there going, oh, shush, at the moment, but on behalf of the university, I'd like to thank her for the particular work she did in coordinating and ensuring that we got this programme, which is so important, off the ground. Unfortunately, we only have funding for a limited number of years, so you are a particularly special group of graduates, and I hope that you will take the message of how important the courses have been. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the platform party, as they will now depart the hall. Tydych chi lawr os gwelwch yn dda. Pnawn da, a croeso i'ch ceremony graddio. Good afternoon and welcome to your graduation ceremony. Mae'n braf iawn eich gweld i chi. Heddiw gyda'r eich tair chi ar eich gyfeillion. It's lovely to see you here this afternoon with your family and your friends. And I hope most of them will have been helping you along the way to get to this momentous day, your celebration. It's always a joy to actually attend graduation ceremonies because it's an opportunity to stop and think a little bit about what's gone on in the last few years, but also to stop and think about what lies ahead. Now, what lies ahead is actually life, the world of work, maybe more study, all sorts of things lie ahead. But we hope that whilst you've been at Cardiff, you've had the opportunity not only to learn about your discipline, but also to learn a whole range of skills that will prepare you for life. And life is indeed a bit like an orchestra. There are times where you will be playing the bass line. You're going to be the strong foundation and everybody else is going to be depending on you, built on you, working with you. And sometimes you maybe provide the texture of a piece of music. You'll be the team member, you'll be chivying others along, you'll be filling in those spaces. And there will, of course, be times when you will step out, you'll get the tune, you get to lead, you get to shine, and people will be focused on you. Now, to be a good musician, as a lot of people in this room, in this ceremony, will know, takes hours and hours and hours of practicing, note bashing, scales, learning how to play an instrument or to sing to your heart's content. But as well as that content, you need to learn about rhythm, about emotional expression, understanding music, and how to fill in those very, very split-second moments of the exposed parts when everyone can hear you. The analogy is just one way of describing the vast range of skills that come with a higher education, with learning to work with others, to be part of that team. I come from a generation, like many I suspect in this room, where I was the first in my family to go to university. Previous generations had no choice but to leave, and the 1944 Education Act was not yet in place. So in 1915, my grandma came to Cardiff, and there is a place on Park Place, which you will all know as Cardiff graduates, covered in scaffolding at the moment, where she came and was a kitchen maid. Her daughter, my mum, also had to leave school at 13 because the war was on. Now, the only difference between them and me, and it's only 2 generations we're talking about, is that I had the opportunity for an education that neither of them had. And for me, it's an exemplification of how important education is. The doors of opportunity that it can open for you. There have been times that that world that I now have been part of has allowed me to travel across the world, to meet new people, to work with exciting young brains such as your own, looking at you as the new generation of leaders that come forward. Sometimes, when I go into Main College, which is the main building opposite the Students' Union, it's quite easy to forget how wonderful that building is. And I have to stop and look at it and remind myself, gosh, I get to work here, isn't that fab? That wonderful building. We hope you've enjoyed your time with us, because when you leave today, you're going to join the alumni of Cardiff University. And we hope that you will go out and spread the word about how wonderful your time here has been, what you've learned and what you've enjoyed. I am myself a Cardiff graduate from many decades ago, I'm not going to tell you how many. And I am quite happy to shout from the rooftops about how that was a life-changing experience for me. So when you leave, don't be afraid to fail, because I have to admit it will happen at some time. But what we hope is that you've learned while you've been with us the skills to pick yourself up, to think about the experience. What can I learn from it? But most importantly, to hold your head up high and get back in and step back into the light. Today is about celebrating your success. Embrace it, enjoy it, but please, above all, appreciate it. There are still parts of the world that do not have these opportunities that we have. Never stop learning, and as you leave us, I will wish you, on behalf of Cardiff University, health, happiness, and success. And we hope that as Cardiff graduates, you will actually go out and make the world a better place. And I now have great pleasure in introducing to you Glesni Iras, who has just finished her postgraduate diploma in broadcast journalism here at the university. She's already got a job and is working for the BBC in Llandaff. Now, Glesni is going to read a poem by Gwyneth Lewis, and Gwyneth Lewis is our inaugural Welsh national poet. If you're thinking, I'm not sure I've heard of her, and should I have, if you've been to the Bay here in Cardiff, and I'm sure most of you have whilst you've been here in Cardiff, you will have seen the Wales Millennium Centre. And there you will see in 6-foot-high letters carved into the front of that beautiful building, her poetry. Gwyneth is writer in residence at the University School of Physics and Astronomy and is one of our honorary fellows. Rather appropriately, the poem that she will read is called Education.
Addysg, Education by Gwyneth Lewis. Beiddiaddeiddio, gwellhad o wneud, mynageisio, parcha ddweud. Trawsnewidiad fydd dy glod, dy ddyfodol, mentro bod. Learning is the passport that returns you home a better person. It permits you to dare being daring, makes you secure with not knowing everything, helps you welcome some failure, forges an alloy with others' thinking. It is simple delight in mind and its motions, scintillates, but isn't deceptive. Admits the joy of institutes, is the open road to everywhere but bigotry. It's the shortest distance between you and me, and, if you're lucky, it never, ever ends.
Prynhawn, a croeso I Gaerdydd. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Cardiff, welcome to St David's Hall, and to our 2016 graduation ceremony. I'm Professor Stuart Palmer, Chair of Council here at Cardiff University. May I first of all offer my warm congratulations to all of you graduating this afternoon. As you sit there, waiting to come up on stage, you must be feeling some mixed emotions. I'm sure you'll feel excited. Many of you, and I remember well, will feel relieved. But most of all, I hope you feel a great sense of achievement. All of you deserve congratulations many times over. Firstly, congratulations on winning admission in the first place. Cardiff is one of the most sought-after universities in the UK. Admission standards, as I'm sure you remember, are high. Selection is extremely competitive. For every one of you sitting here at the moment, 6 or 7 applicants were fighting keenly for your place. Secondly, congratulations on your years of study here. Research-led teaching is one of the distinctive features of Cardiff University. Many of you will have participated in research projects, learned to ask new questions, and to challenge conventional wisdom, perhaps through the Cardiff University Research Programme. Whether you stay afterwards in research, academic research perhaps, or pursue another career, I hope that the free, inquiring Cardiff state of mind will stay with you. Most important congratulations, as we've heard already, must go to family, friends and supporters who join us here today. Many of you have travelled many miles, great distances to be here. And if I was brave enough to look up at the top of the auditorium here before my hat falls off, I could congratulate and thank you all for coming and supporting. We owe a great deal to the support of family and friends. Moral support, guidance, encouragement, but also in many cases the important financial support. All of you who are graduating today will have the opportunity later on this afternoon to offer thanks to everyone here who has helped you. So enjoy this day. It's a day of celebration and a day that is the beginning, if you like, of the future. Go out into the community, your community, to educate, to encourage thought and not prejudice, and be prepared to defend education. In the world of mass communication, massive open online courses, MOOCs, YouTube, virtual lectures, academics around the world face a fundamental question. If information is everywhere, does anybody need a university education anymore? I hope all of you here today are testament to the value of a Cardiff education, to the benefits of learning in an international environment. The internet helps share information, of course, but the volume of misinformation reinforces more than ever before the need for evidence-based knowledge and understanding. And we must use this knowledge and how we apply it for the good of humankind around the world. It's this idea of application that arguably defines the Cardiff graduate. The latest Levers data shows that 95% of Cardiff University graduates enter employment or professional training or further study shortly after completing their studies. And this places Cardiff at the top of the Russell Group of elite universities on this measure. The university's reputation has been significantly enhanced by the outstanding results we received in the UK-wide Research Excellence Framework. It ranked Cardiff in the top 5 of all UK universities for the quality of our research, and we were second out of 120 institutions, second for the impact of research. That's the application of the research that we carry out here. Cardiff is also having a significant economic impact on society, Welsh society, but much more widely than that. According to a recent report, the university contributes, wait for it, £2.7 billion annually to the UK economy, generating more than £6 for every £1 that it spends. The university has recently recorded the highest level of satisfaction from you, the students. 90% of you expressed satisfaction with your student experience, and we're certainly working on the other 10%. This was the review carried out by the National Student Survey, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, and this put us well above the UK national average. These achievements in both teaching and research reflect the successes of the schools that are represented here today, the School of Music and the School of Social Sciences. Achievements in the School of Music this year include a series of CDs released by the Cardiff University Symphony Orchestra, featuring the world premiere recordings of the work of Claude Debussy, performed right here in St David's Hall. In addition to this, the school has increased its efforts to provide international opportunities for students, and the Symphony Orchestra has toured Germany, France and Belgium, and there's been the creation of a new exchange program with the University of New Hampshire in the United States. These successes have been topped by the school's big improvements. For example, in the Times ranking, it rose to 11th this year, and I'm sure it has its target on the top 10 next time. The School of Social Sciences has much to celebrate today. This year saw the opening of a new student hub in the school, which has provided first-class support services to our students and significantly enhanced the learning environment. The school has also worked hard to further develop relationships with employers and overseas universities, and is now in a position to offer a wide range of student placements both home and abroad. It's no surprise, therefore, that the school has achieved very successful results in that national student survey that I referred to earlier. It was also pleasing to see that Professor Bella Dix from the school took up the post of Head of Research at the National Museum for Wales this year. Many of you students will have engaged with Cardiff Volunteering, the Students' Union in-house charity, undertaken volunteering activities that have improved the lives of hundreds of people. You've given tens of thousands of hours of your time, your valuable time in the past year, helping hundreds of people each week. You've raised awareness and you've raised valuable funds for local homelessness projects. You've befriended elderly patients in local nursing homes. You're a prime reason why Cardiff University is so valued in its home community. Many of you will also have spent time studying, working, volunteering abroad during your time here. And this is something of which the university is extremely proud. Evidence shows that spending time abroad improves degree outcomes, makes students more likely to get a job when they finish. It's therefore encouraging that this year we recorded the highest ever number of European work placements held by our students, thousands of whom also took advantage of our increasingly popular Languages for All programme. Sport plays an important part in university life, and your contribution has been enormous again. This year you achieved another spectacular win in varsity, retaining the shield for a record 15th consecutive year. I think it's about time Swansea gave up, with a convincing 25-12 win over Swansea. Although I think we did lose the rugby, didn't we, Vice-Chancellor? Let's not talk about that. Right. Many of you will have also competed or volunteered in one of the biggest sporting events in the calendar, the World Half Marathon Championships, which came to Cardiff this year. As title sponsor of the race, the university was cast into the spotlight on the world stage and delivered a hugely successful event that we can all be proud of. So, graduating students, please carry with you the determination and commitment you have demonstrated during your time here as you embark on your future career. You will be among the professionals who will lead this and other nations. I hope you all leave here with a solid determination to contribute to the culture, the welfare and prosperity of your family, your communities, and also, of course, to humankind. Thank you very much.
I will now read the proclamation, first in Welsh and then in English. Nerth Gwlad ei Gwybodaeth. Boed hysbys i holl aelodau'r Brifysgol ac ar hyd a lled y byd fod cynulliad o Brifysgol Caerdydd yn cael ei gynnal heddiw ym Mhrifddinas Cymru. O dan awdurdod Siarter Frenhinol y Brifysgol, mae'r cynulliad hwn yn cyfarfod i dderbyn y myfyrwyr sydd, yn rhinwedd eu hastudiaethau a'u hysgol reicdod, wedi haroli'n briodol yn unol astadudau'r Brifysgol ac wedi cael yn deilwng o'i graddau. Wrth ddathlu llwyddiant yr rhai sy'n graddio yn y cynulliad hwn, fe'i hatgoffwn o'i cyfrifoldeb i gyfrannu o werthoedd y Brifysgol hon. Nod iddynt hwy yw ceisio, drwy eu cyflawniadau, wasanaethu lles pawb, ymdrechu I sicrhau rhagoriaeth ym mhob peth ac yn boeni am ddyfodol ein byd. Gwrandewch yn awchus ar ddoethineb gan ei fod yn cynnig gobaith a gwirionedd ym mhob cenhedlaeth. A nation's strength is in its learning. Let it be known to all members of the university and throughout the world that today in the capital city of Wales, a congregation of Cardiff University is taking place. Under the authority of the university's Royal Charter, this congregation meets to receive those students who, by virtue of their studies and scholarship, have been appropriately examined according to the statutes of the university and found worthy of their degrees. We celebrate the success of those who graduate in this congregation and, in doing so, remind them of their responsibility to share in the values of this university. It is for them to seek, through their achievements, to serve the common good, to strive for excellence on all things, and care for the future of the world. Be attentive to wisdom, for it offers hope and truth in every generation. Llongyfarchiadau.
Well, good afternoon and welcome everybody. My name is Colin Reid and I'm very proud to be the President and Vice-Chancellor of Cardiff University, and we did indeed beat Swansea 25-12 in the overall competition. Sadly we lost at the men's rugby, although we won last year handsomely and we'll win again this year, so that clears that up. Now I gather you've already had strict instructions on the rules of applause, so I don't need to go through all that, but I would encourage you to enjoy the afternoon. You know, it's a unique opportunity to be able to show your appreciation for the achievements of our fantastic graduates today. So once each cohort, that is, once the undergraduates and then the postgraduate research, in each case have come across the stage and they've gone back to their seats, I'm going to be asking them to stand and I will address them in Welsh. I'll speak a sentence in Welsh, and essentially what that is doing is admitting all students to the awards to which they are entitled. And the sentence that I say when translated into English means, through the authority conferred upon me by the university, I receive you to your award with all the privileges this confers. So we will now proceed to the conferment of degrees.
I, Professor Kenneth Hamilton, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Arts. Joshua Eckley, Thomas Goddard, Amy Golding, Harry Henshaw, Ryan Ashley James, Josh Moon, Alethea Grace Nutt, Nicole Rachel Philpotts, Natalie Popkin, Samuel James Robertson, Christopher Quentin James Stone, Rhys River Thomas, Harriet Blakeman, Hannah Mae Smith, Eve White, Catherine Blackwell, James Smith, Flora Alice Webster. I, Professor Kenneth Hamilton, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Music. Emily Jane Anthony. Curtis Edward Ball, Emily Annie Bennett, Rian Bishop, Jack Buchanan, Phoebe Burrows, Eugene Cornell, Connie Ann Charles, Jasmine Lauren Claricotes, Alexander Charles Creamer, Bethan Rose Dean, William Ellis, Zoe Ewers, Jamie Bryan Freeman, William Harry Sprague Gould, Emily Ann Grand, Grace Letsey Farley Green, Lewis Cameron Ham, Zoe Carlin Hare, Oliver Harris, Molina Elizabeth Hatchett, Charlotte Halbron Eliades, Christiana Victoria Hill, Maisie Autumn Hillier, Christopher Michael Hontoir, Eloise Horton, Sarah Elizabeth Jelly, Jack Andrew Landers, Carol Meddy Lewis, Nora Elizabeth Stella McCown, Elise Dorothy Moja, Oliver McLaughlin, Lucy Mary McPhee, Catherine Sophie Nunn, Raphael Agnes Nutt, Anne-Harriet Elizabeth Phillips, Eleanor Catherine Rayfield, Ben Joshua Richards, Catherine Robson, Joseph Rumming, Catherine Dawn Starkings, Olivia Rachel Sterlini, Raphael Stoker, Victoria Nia Thomas, Emma Thorpe Anderson, Andrew Martin Wareham, Emma Wong,
I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Arts. Naeem Yazim Ali, Jessica Ashworth, Charlotte Barrybow, Harry Bates, Gwendolyn Rose Davis, Rebecca Louise Davis, Emily Elizabeth Main Evans, Rebecca Fullerlove, Ellen Margaret Rose Harrington, Laura Danielle Hudson, Chloe Hurrell, Serena Jones. Eleanor Knight. Ellis Main. Jessica Murphy. Tegan Phillips. Harriet Saltiel. Anna Naomi Saunders. Hannah Solomon. Benny Zhuchen Zhao. Michelle Alexander. Kate Barnaby. Liam Corcoran. Elliot James Hayes. Rokas Cantinus. Holly Munn. I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Economic and Social Studies. Caitlin Jane Armstrong. Jack William Bagnall. Lucy Burden. Susanna Butchers. Poppy Compton. Thurza Ann Hayes. Naomi Hume. Adam Jones. Jessica Lloyd. Thomas Ross Morgan. Holly Marie North. Jack Osborne. Louise Robotham. Harry Swinburne Salisbury. Sam Stillwell. Limara Thomas. Eleanor Vasey. Asha Watts. Sarah Adele Al-Said. Kelly J. Ansell. Leah Emily Ashton Hurst. Daniel Robert Harry Baber. Natasha Barnett. Fahiza Begoon Kudos. Sasha Betty. Marnie Blood. Samantha Lillian Butcher. Yurit Kami. Eric Cheeks. Rowan Dunn. Hannah Louise Farchi. Ashley Louise Garner. Beth Griffiths. Haja Siti Amal Naida Haji Nipa. Lucy Elizabeth Hancock. Sophie Rose Harry. Chloe Hill. Laura Mary James. Louise Johnson. Katie Jones. Yasvira Emma Cole. Georgia Keel. Melissa Jane Latham. Sophia Love. Emily Morris Jones. Bethany Jane Poole. Amy Price. Charlotte Kathleen Sullivan. Keris Tanner. Caris Thomas. Kanyota Lukira Saveri. Catherine and Harold Williams. Hannah Williams. Selena Khan. Bethan Stevens. Keris Yap. Elridge Blackburn. Katara Odifiri. Patrick Ware. Zoe Albasta. Anderson Chan. James Cole. Hannah Cripps. And Harold Morgan Evans. Aisha Gardner. Ross Goldstone. Jack Peter Grimshaw. Ashley Gutteridge. Leah Hibbs. Lucy Hobson. Annabelle J. Catrin Hooper. Gemma Hopkins. Olivia Neal. Elizabeth Mackay. Joel McKay. Catherine Meakin. Fionn Mayer. Eleanor Parry. Delith Price. Caris Rees. Josie Reynolds. Lorna Sanford. Anna Louise Sheridan. Rhiannon Smith. Thomas Torgensen. Joshua Webster. Joseph Williams. Belinda Wright. Madeline Appleby. Michaela Atta. Charlotte Kane. Imogen Cook. Georgia Fluke. Hannah Charlotte Goff. Emma Hawthorne. Eleanor Hunt. Jessica Mersel. Jessica Sophie Rogers. Hannah Victoria Sword. Olivia Walker. Bethany Williams. Gavin Carter. Nancy Harrison. Yasmin Khalik. Amelia Mobsby. Alice Phillips. Helen Smythe. Alfie White. Catherine Wright. Rosaline Doyle. Luke Evans. George Alexander Godden. Jordan Hill. Neil Jacks. Selina Jane Lobener. I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the degree of Bachelor of Science. Eleanor Chick. Rachel Clark. Gabrielle Cook. Yestin Thomas Evans. Emily Greenwood. Rhys Michael Griffiths. James Alexander Groves. Bryony Jackson. Andrew Jones. Katie Manthorpe. Jessica Rose Mackay. Simon Monday. Thomas O'Hanlon. Nia Olivia Sapala. Eva Palmer. Georgia Pearce. Alexandra Louise Pringle. Jonathan Probert. Daisy Seaman. Benita Patricia Louise Wheatley. Ryan Seaton Williams. Ella Louise Williamson. Olivia Abbott. Uba Abdi. Lauren Rose Alps. Ella Bleasdale Bailey. Yvonne Bishop. Imogen Holly Blake. Amy Bond. Anna Bunting. Kimberly KB. Leah Caldwell. Romilly Compton. Megan Cook. Wendy Jane Cutler. Charlotte Thistle Kate Dalton. Amanda Ann Dashwood. Poppy Rose Davis. Sophie Davis. Dominic Jack Dix. Jamie Edwards. Sarah Fuller. Lydia Gilmore. Eleanor Glover. Ray Rose Hicks. Joji Hodkins. Eve Hollingshead. Michelle Callaway Bianco. Sarah Louise Bing Laurie. Brodie J. Lawrence. Rebecca Leary. Zoe Lindholm. Charlotte Longdon. Rebecca Mayle. Rachel Morris. Sophie Murray. Brendan Musgrave. Christy O'Brien. Nia Catherine Oxborough. Jasmine Revel. Megan Half Richards. Catherine Louise Romain. Amy Russell. Hermione Shegog. Katie Smith. And Harold Kenwin Stevens. Victoria Thompson. Verity Thorpe. Alex Williams. Caroline Lucy Williams. Josephine Louise Worth. I, Professor Amanda Coffey, introduce those who have received the Professional Graduate Certificate in Education. Abdi Arish. Ellen Wynne Hughes. Sarah O'Donnell. Rebecca Pitt. This concludes the undergraduate awards.
Will the students who just crossed the stage please stand? Awdurdod o Brifysgol yn ddredoedd I mi, derbyniaf wi i'ch dyfarniad ac i'ch holl freiniau ar arth hon. Congratulations.
I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the postgraduate certificate. Victoria Ann Charley. I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the postgraduate certificate in education. Naima Abdi. Charlotte Grace Abraham. Chloe Addiscott. Mira Amin. Christopher Amos. Kaylee Baldwin. Abigail Bassey. Hannah Beckett. Daniel Billett. Abigail Louise Blackman. Rahul Chowdhury. Laura Jane Connor. Thomas Constant. Lisa Davis. Robbie William Donovan. Lauren Fisher. Omelina Gilani. Lucille Victoria Glennon. Gemma Griffiths. Lauren Meyer Harris. Stephanie Louise Hawkes. Alice Heath. Greg Henry. Helen Sophie Horsell. Natalie Hughes. Susanna Jensen. Heidi Charlotte Jones. Danielle Lewis. Peng Lin. Marianne McClure. Sarah Jessica Manchip. Sophie Lauren Meese. Ashley Jade Miakalski. Zach Mitchell. Luke Murdoch. Ashley Musa. Hannah Ames Owens. Lauren Alexandra Phillips. Ruth Pilcher. Amy Rose Purdy. Darren Rightly. Annabelle Thody. Helen Linda Thomas. Holly Thomas. Jessica Amber Thomas. Sophie Jane Williams. Sarah Jane Wood. Gareth Woodhouse. I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Arts. Jessica Neogolda Segalov. Catherine Hav Thomas. Rhys James Batt. Sarah Freeman. Philippa Barrow. Laura Carter. Bethan Davis. Jacqueline Davis. Victoria Rose Davis. Sarah Devlin. Fred Rimu Ferrin. Claire Griffiths. Alexandra Hayes. David Harris. Penelope Ruth Hickling. Jade Rebecca Howells. Sean James. Sophie Jones-Lloyd. Jessica May Joyce. Kimberly Mason. Hannah McKenzie. Tanya Marie Michael. Hayley Moorcroft. Carrie Needs. Rachel O'Connell. Janelle Price. Jack Roberts. Victoria Elizabeth Roberts. Claire Schott. Margaret Slack. Sean Turnbull. Charlotte Weaver. Sean Ellen Williams. Charlotte Warboys. Dan Schwirab. I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Music. Carol Joanne Daniela Jones. Emma Ruth Burrows. I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Master of Science. Simon Avery. Sophie Caris Miles. Luke Roach. Safa Mustafa Mukhtar Ahmed. Holly Jean Williams. Helen Jones. Amisha Budia. Victoria Lewis. Tom Woodward. Matthew Liam Abraham. Zoe Clegg. Oliver James Ellis. Louise Mary Folks. Anna Graham. Daniel Gray. Hiba Iqbal. Zoe John. Catherine Knight. Henna Nisa. Samuel Nunny. Philip Robert Smith. Derek Tilley. Alexandra Vickery. Ollie Wannell. Annabelle Kelly Marie Wilson. Natalia Joanna Zorchesna. This concludes the awards at postgraduate master's level.
Would all the students who just crossed the stage please stand? Trwy awdurdod y Brifysgol yn rheadwyd i mi, derbyniad chwi i'ch dyfarniad ac i'ch hoff reiniau ar ardd hon. Congratulations.
I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Education. Elaine Harris Jenkins. I, Professor George Boyne, introduce those who have received the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Samia Addis. Rochelle Louise Barlow. David Brewster. Rachel Brown. Hayley Collicott. Claire Elizabeth Crawford. Constantino Sansom Duman Gani. Teresa Finlay. Kimberly Horton. Gareth Olubunmi Hughes. Hannah Iqbal. Melanie Louise Morgan. Heather Panter. Olivia Pearson. Simon Mark Reed. Victoria Susan May Silverwood. Heather Strange. Andrew Taylor. This concludes the awards at doctoral level.
Would the students who just crossed the stage please stand? Troi hang on, let me do it. I've got to do it first. Troi awdurdod y Brifysgol yn rheadwyd I mi, derbyniad chwi i'ch dyfarniad ac i'ch hoff reiniau ar ardd hon. Congratulations.
received awards this afternoon at any level, please be upstanding. You will now receive the formal greetings from the Chair of Council of Cardiff University and the Postgraduate Vice President of the Students' Union.
The University greeting. May your care ever be for the good name of the University and the well-being of the world.
Brynam Dar, good afternoon. You are now members of the distinguished alumni of this university. May your association with the university be cherished and be constant throughout your life. For most of you, today marks the end of an era, and you should all be incredibly proud. Not only have you achieved academic success, but you have made new friends, tried new activities, and experienced independence. All of these aspects of university life are incredibly important, and by meeting these successes, you have tackled challenges, embraced opportunity, and you have created relations that will last a lifetime. And as a result, and it's true, these experiences will create memories that you will treasure for years to come. All of you should be incredibly proud of everything that you've achieved in Cardiff, and you should walk confidently into the next phase of your life. But you should also be thankful for your family and friends who have helped you to reach this important point in your life. I therefore invite you to turn around and greet your family and friends and say a special and public thank you by giving them a warm and enthusiastic round of applause. Diolch. Thank you.
Sit down. As Chair of Council of this university, I now have the duty, the sad duty in many ways, to draw these proceedings, this celebration, it has been a celebration, this celebration to a close. And I hope you keep celebrating for the rest of the day and beyond that, I'm sure you will. This occasion is naturally one of the most pleasurable in the university calendar. It's a joy, a real joy to be on this platform and to see the pride, the relief of all you graduating as you cross the stage. I trust that the pride and joy that you feel today will stay with you always. In the years to come, you will look back at your time in Cardiff and realise that the happiness you've experienced, the friendships that you've made, and the depth of knowledge and experience you have gained will serve you well on your journey through life. Today, you join the worldwide family of Cardiff University alumni, 200,000 approximately, and it's a family that helps you stay in touch with each other and with us. Cardiff students are valued around the world for their skills, their knowledge and attitude. I hope you'll remember and share your experience, that you'll come back and see us often, and that you'll continue to support us so new generations can benefit, as you have done, from the outstanding teaching and learning here at Cardiff. On behalf of Cardiff University, your academic staff, the officers, your fellow students, and the great body of alumni throughout the world, I wish you all success for the future. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings the celebrations to an end, and this ceremony is now over. But please be upstanding while the platform party depart.